Mr. Chairman, you are now.
We are now. Next agency is 211, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The first unit appears on page 14. Unit name is Administration, Equalization, and Tax Appeals, Unit 101.
14?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
All right. Committee, any amendments? No amendments, continued on.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes Agency 211. The next agency for your consideration is 220, the Environmental Quality Council. The first and only unit under consideration is page 15, Unit Administration 101.
Committee, any amendments? No amendments, continue.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration, I think we'll go back to the Judiciary. The first one is actually an executive agency. It's in 103.
Are we on the judicial branch's budget, Don, or where are we at?
Yeah, I think they actually have a separate packet. It's separate from the executive and the judicial.
All right. Is everybody got their judicial branch supplemental budget?
And Mr. Chairman, what page are we on? Or did we get that?
The first section is the Supreme Court. Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that is, and I think perhaps the first approach might be to look at the cover memo, which on your PDF appears on page 7. And at the bottom of page 7, top of page 8 of the Supreme Court budget, that's where they identify 3 different options for additional budget reductions. You can address this before or after your markup. I will note that if you address at least items 2 and 3, that will require legislation. So bullet number 2 at the bottom of page 7 or bullet number 3 at the top of page 8 regarding the delaying of the Chancery Court.
Yeah, and Don, I am not finding that in the Supreme Court.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I think it's page SC1. But if you're scrolling on the PDF and look at your PDF page numbers at the very top of your page is where you would see the page 7, but it's listed as SC1.
Got it. Thank you, Representative Walters.
And the Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics, correct?
Don, you're muted.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I thought we would do that at the end. So they're separate from the Supreme Court.
Okay, so we're on 101 then.
101, correct.
All right, let me look at my combined. Whoopsies, they're not in my combined supplemental. Hell, I thought this supplemental had everything in it. Is that a different folder then? Here, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
It would be under 101.
The combined supplemental budget does not have a 101 in it.
Okay. The individuals did.
You got your paper, Dave. Just go to SC1.
Yeah, I got it. We're good.
All right, Don, has everybody got SC1 or the?
Yep.
All right, Don, would you go back and say what we need to address in this? You're muted.
Don, you're muted.
At the bottom of the first page of the cover letter and the top of the second page of the cover letter, there are 3 additional cuts which the Supreme Court is not recommending in their recommendation. Nonetheless, they are noting them. If you wish to address this at the beginning or at the end, I just wanted to make note, some members had suggested 1 or more of these as their collection of amendments. And then separately, if you elect to proceed with anything related to the Chancery Court either a transition of the functions to district courts temporarily or a delay in the court entirely, those will require legislation by this committee or another committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
with respect to those items, I'll go ahead and make the motion on 101 to, and I hope I've got this all right, delay the appellate software upgrade. That is $1,741,000. Transfer the Chancery Court to district courts.
Hold on a
That's-
second, Dave. Should these be separate items, Don, or should we act on them individually?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's some merit in that.
All right,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a breakout, kind of get our ducks in a row, kind of visit about this? Because I think I had at least forgot about this portion of it and was just kind of going into the budget books. So I was wondering if maybe we could have a breakout. Mr.
Before we
Chairman.
break out, is Senator Perkins with us?
His picture's on there, but I don't know if there's anything behind it.
That's why I'm asking.
so Mr. Chairman, if I may, before we break out, let me just check with Don. The bottom of the letter and the top of the next page of the letter, I think the options that they outlined are what Michael Swank has captured in our spreadsheet. And I will bring them as separate amendments. I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing in our breakouts. Delay appellate software upgrade, $1,741,000. Transfer Chancery Court to district court temporarily, $900,000. Delay implementation of e-filing in the district court, $2 million. And the court said, we don't offer those up, but that's an option. And I thought when Chief Justice Davis was here, he glumly said, well, maybe that's something to do. I don't think they're looking forward to it, but I think they kind of conceded that. And I thought that day in our conversations, we were ready to proceed that way as both the House and the Senate. That's my recollection. So with that, that's where I'm headed, just so everybody knows what to talk about in the breakout. Are those three things what the Chief Justice has in his letter, Don, so that I'm accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly the 3 bullets we're discussing.
Okay.
All right, ready to do the breakouts? All right.
Senator Bebound, the Senate is currently in a breakout room and you have the invitation on your desktop.
Mr. Chairman, Nicholas, can we go back to our break room? I had another question regarding the Chancery Court that I'd like to visit about.
You bet.
Karen, can you send us that link to send so we can go back to our break room? Hopefully all the members are listening. That's where we're headed.
You guys are going back. We're just coming out. We're supposed to. Okay.
Okay. Perkins, Hibbard, Breakout, Necklace.
We're ready.
All right, let's get started again. We had we're on the Supreme Court. Anything, Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. Senator Kinski, why don't you let me kind of jump in front of you here, if you would. So on the delay of appellate
Please.
software upgrade, 1.7 million, I would move to amend to perform for that delay.
Could you
Second.
restate that?
Yes, I would move to delay the appellate software upgrade to BFY 23 for the amount of $1,741,000 one time.
Second.
Second, discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next item,
Mr. Co-Chair,
go ahead.
I would move to delay funding for the Chancery Court to fiscal year, let me see. And essentially extend the funding so it begins one fiscal year later. Does that make sense?
Second.
So
Moved and seconded, discussion.
question.
Senator Rivera.
So that would be until 22?
Correct. And so what the problem with the way that this is written up by the Supreme Court, and Don, you can help me here. We don't want them to eliminate those 4 positions because they need to gradually move into them. So as the court gets up and running with the assistance of district court judges, then what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll have them between now and May kind of show up, we'll do the standalone for the court itself and what they need in order to function for the first year. And then we'll amend that as that comes in May. And as that delay is implemented, we'll know when and how many folks they need to add to it as it happens. So we just want to slow down the transition, but not get rid of the positions the way that they have it described here.
Any discussion? Don?
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 questions. So in their proposal, they are suggesting a delay in this biennium would generate $900,000 in state general fund savings. Would you like to identify any of that and reduce a budget by any amount?
So Don, how much money have they got already from this biennium, or have they used? Because I want to leave a reasonable amount of funds there to make them so they can move forward in 2022.
Mr. Chairman, they have $1,135,365 in their appropriation for this.
So Don, I think the best thing to do is let's just cut that in half, and we'll fund half of it for the second half of the biennium. That would be the amended motion.
So what was the net dollar?
It's just 1/2 of 1.13.
5.15. 515 million.
1,000.
Yeah, 1,000.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Go ahead, Representative.
I think it's 564.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's new math on the part of Senator Hicks.
Just goes to show you can teach an old dog new tricks. I learned new math.
Lander math.
Question.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, if you adopt this motion, we'll also need a bill draft. Unfortunately, that timeline is codified in statute.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion would include a bill draft. Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor, raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Swank had his hand up, kind of wanting to say something.
Michael,
Mr.
you're down in
Chairman.
the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look on page, on your PDF would be page 18 or page SC11. This is the current budget with reductions for the Chancery Court. Is your motion to already include the current reductions or from the base budget?
So, thank you, Michael. What it would be, we would be essentially doubling that almost. Instead of, they're cutting 247, right? And basically we're cutting 560.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Question.
All right. Question? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
And finally, on the e-filing, we will take no action because, I mean, that'll cost us more money and we've been trying to get this since 2004. So there's already funded, we'll proceed with e-filing.
Any discussion? No discussion? All right, let's move on. Dawn, what's the next item in the budget?
Don, you were muted.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The first unit for your consideration is on page SC9, PDF page number 16. It's the Supreme Court Administration Unit 101.
Committee, any amendments? No amendments, next section.
The Chancery Court appears on page SC11, PDF page 18, Unit 0301. I believe you've already addressed this.
All right, next unit.
Appears on page SC13, PDF page 20, the Law Library, Unit 401.
Any amendments? No amendments, next section.
Mr. Chairman, appears on page SC15, PDF page 22, Circuit Courts, First Judicial District. And if the committee so desires, we could address all judicial districts on the sequential pages up until the 9th Judicial District, if you so desire, in block.
No, let's aggregate them.
Yep.
With that committee, any amendments on any of the judicial districts?
Up through District 9.
Up through 8, yeah, to include 8.
1 through 8, no amendments. Next section, Don.
And we'll finish out. The 9th Judicial District appears on SC23, PDF page 30, Unit 501.
Any amendments, committee?
Don, could you describe the modifications here?
Mr. Chairman, this is just like all other judicial districts. They're primarily reducing their 200 series, and this is a little bit different format. Column 3 identifies the reductions in their 200 series, and they also cut about half of their professional fees in the 900 series.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, committee? No questions, no amendments. Next section, Don.
Mr. Chairman, page SC24, PDF page 31, Special Circuit Magistrates. This is zeroed out.
Any amendments? No amendments. Continue.
Page SC25, PDF page 32, Circuit Court Equipment.
Any amendments? No amendments. Continue.
Page SC26, PDF page 33, Examination of the Courts.
Any amendments? No amendments. Continue.
Page SC28, PDF page 35, Court Technology Unit 601.
Any amendments? No amendments, continue.
SC 30 is the next page, PDF page 37, Judicial Retirement, Unit 701.
Any amendments? No amendments, continue.
Page SC 32, PDF page 39, Unit 908, Board of Judicial Policy Administration. And I believe there was a query here.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't win the internal fight to cut the fees for the bar out of the budget, so I have no motion.
Would you like to describe that internal fight, Representative Stone?
Mr. Chairman, I was took down and thrown to the mat on it, Mr. Chairman.
Got the old headlock and the Dutch rub, huh? All right. There was no amendments on that section. Don, with next section.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh yeah, there's Senator Guru.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to amend in section 103, a 10% reduction in the 100 series for $11,432.
We're not there yet.
Oh, is that? I thought that was the one.
No, that's a different agency. We're in
Sorry.
101 still.
I apologize. I'm back. I'll be back.
You'll be back. All right. There's no more amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I think the next page would appear on DC 4, PDF page 45. And just like the circuit courts, we could do these in block. All of the agencies, as well as their reductions, which are almost identical with a handful of exceptions, appear on this page. This is district courts.
I would so move that we consider them all in block.
Moved, seconded. All those in favor of the motion? Is there any, well, let's see. Yeah, let's moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Same sign. Those opposed, motion passes. No amendments. That closes out that section, Don. What do we got next?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is it for the Supreme Court. There were some other amendments proposed, but staff understand that all of those have been disposed of. Mr. Chairman, I believe your last agency is Agency 103. The Commission on Judicial Ethics. The sole unit is 101, Administration.
All right, committee, any amendments? Senator Guru.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On series 100, reduced by 10%, $11,432. 1 year to biennialize, $22,864 reduction for 23-24.
So you're in essence cutting the salary for the administrator?
Yes.
Any, can I get a second on that? Second, discussion.
Yeah,
No
Mr.
discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess my question is, why are we cutting the salary for the administrator? I would assume that would basically eliminate the ability of that, the function of that. You just will cut the whole program. Little explanation.
Full explanation, yes. We just thought we felt the 10% reduction was in order in that position. Don't think it would cut out the total job at all. It was just a 10%. It was just a 10% reduction.
Just a feel good motion.
What's that?
I would just add to that, we did this, the governor with any employee over 60,000 through the furlough program, took a reduction in salary. I think this is just consistent with what we did with our state employees to a certain degree 1 year. So would you restate your motion again, Senator Guru?
Yes. Series 100, 10% reduction for $11,432. for 1 year biennialized to a $22,864 reduction for 23-24.
Mr.
Question.
Chairman,
Representative Summers, then we'll go to you, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Chairman, so my apologies, I did misunderstand. So my question to Don, is this entirely the salary of one individual, or is there any board salary or overtime, or, you know, is there anything else tied in this, or does this all go out in one employee?
Mr. Chairman, it was my understanding that the commissioners do not receive salary for their participation on this.
Thank
Committee,
you.
any more questions? All those in favor? Oh, Mr. Co-Chair, did you have?
So, yeah, my question is, if it's a reduction in salary, then are there any other reductions needed in terms of benefit in 200?
No.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, it's the preference of the maker of the motion whether or not to reduce the contractual services or the support services.
Okay.
All right,
Good.
Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, no, I'm confused because I would
Have a seat,
assume
buddy.
in
No, sit in the chair. Soft.
retirement benefits, there'll be a reduction
Okay, not close to me.
based on
There you
salary.
go.
Michael, I see you got your hand up. Can you clarify this for us?
Mr. Chairman, the number that was provided in the amendment is a total compensation number of the 100 series. So it does include salary, benefits, and retirement insurance, retiree insurance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said that wrong. I knew there was a reason why that was an encompassing number, but that's okay.
Representative Schwartz.
So just to be clear, so that was based on the 228,000 number?
Correct.
That's going to include health insurance then, which is not salary related.
Representative Olson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and maybe Don, you could clarify this, but if there's a 10% reduction to 100,
It's proportional.
which is what I believe what the motion is, I would assume that the agency has the discretion on which code object to apply, could apply the entire 10% to object code 103, which would be a 10% reduction in salary, or could apply that to 103, 105, 196, or 197, however benefits, you know, it's still 10%. It's just my understanding, Don, would be that the agency would have the discretion within those individual object codes.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Don.
it's Kevin. Mr. Chairman,
Kevin.
the employee group insurance benefits is a fixed amount predicated on the cafeteria plan selection. So I would resist taking a reduction there. The retirees insurance is the same way. So 196 and 197. But if you want to take a 10% salary, you take it out of 103, and naturally the FICA and all the other things associated would fall in line. So the object code 0103 and 0105, if you targeted those for a 10% reduction, then it wouldn't upset the apple cart.
Well, I'm certainly confused now. Kevin, could you come back on and go through that again?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And Kevin, if we can, specific to Representative Olson's question, if we just did a 100 series, wouldn't that allow the agency to determine themselves where to partition that out or not?
Well, not so much because the EGI benefit is going to be taken to that amount, because that's a, best way to say it is a fixed cost. So if you did it the way that Representative Olson's question would result in a larger actual reduction in the salary the employee is being paid. So to avoid that, you would take the reduction in the salary, or 10% of 158,834, and then that's object code 0103, and then the employer paid benefits of 0105, that follows suits. That's all the FICA and all the other things that are a combination that's predicated on the salary amount. But you want to avoid the object 0196 or 0197, or the result would be that the actual reduction in salary would be larger than anticipated on just the salary portion itself.
Okay.
All right. Are we clear? So do we need to amend that motion? It looks to me like. So
Okay.
I believe the motion now would be to take a 10% reduction out of the 103 series under the 100 object code. Is that correct, Kevin? Is that the way
Mr. Chairman, and the 0105, because that's predicated on the salary amount. So those two objects, taking 10% should result in the layout that you're attempting to accomplish.
All right, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, but I guess right now we don't know what that dollar figure actually is. I mean, sort of the virtue of your original motion was that it had an actual dollar figure attached to it. But if is there a way
Mr.
to
Chairman,
Kevin?
The amount that this employee is being paid is the budgeted amount in this case. So the compensation, the direct compensation is 158,834 in 0103.
All right, Michael.
Mr. Chairman, if you amend the motion to include only object codes 0103 and 0105, the amount would go from, I believe it's 11,432 to 10,242 for the reduction in fiscal year 22 to biennialize in the next biennium.
I believe that's the motion.
So moved, if that works.
All right, committee, any more discussions? All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion passes 7-5. Don, next item.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes all of the agency walkthroughs. The next item that committee typically takes up is a walkthrough of the Section 300s. I'd be happy to do that if you wish.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, just it's up to the chair, but you know, we got a email last night from the director of state parks kind of on our NEA footnote. And, you know, we can do that now or later, whatever the chair's prerogative is, or whenever you would like me to bring that up, I'll be glad to bring that up.
Well, before we start into the 300 series, I would like to go back and make sure we cleaned up any of those agencies. Thankfully, thanks for reminding us of that, Representative Summers. So I would entertain a motion to open that agency.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to open agency 024.
Does it get a second? Second by Representative Larson.
I don't think we ever closed them.
Yeah, that's my point.
Oh, we never closed. All right. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to read a little bit from what the director said in his email. He said a footnote. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Don if he can dig up what our action was. So what was the totality of our action yesterday? And while he's doing that, I'm going to read just a piece of this email because I think it's informative. The director said a footnote that does not allow federal funds to be spent on anything other than grants would devastate the current Art Council's operation and would not be in line with the strategic plan submitted to the NEA in the grant application. Currently, and historically, the Arts Council has 3 FTEs funded 50 federal, 50 general funds in the approved fiscal year 21 budget. If no federal funds are allowed for use in the 100 series, these positions could not exist and again would not be in line with the grant application to NEA. These positions are necessary, and grant fund distribution and management are not the only function of the Arts Council staff, as they do many other programmatic duties. A reduction in grant funds does not dramatically affect workload of the staff. He said, even though not opposed, we would agree to the direction of JAC to drop the conversion from general fund to federal funds and eliminate $172,598 in general fund dollars. However, we would request to have the ability to strategically select a reduction solution directed at this division/unit. And so, Mr. Chairman, if Don tells us what we did, then maybe we can think about how to rectify that.
Yeah, and while Don's looking at that, so the way I read that email is we said no, a National Endowment of the Arts funds could be used for staff, which at the time, I don't think we realized that there was a lot more endowment for the arts, that some of it was already currently. What we were trying to accomplish is there would be no additional money from the endowment of the arts. So if we take their current expenditures, they couldn't go above and beyond that for more salaries. So that same level of funding that was distributed and out of the national endowment would continue. There would be no reduction in that, but we wouldn't prohibit what they're currently doing with that. I just didn't want to see a lot more reduction going out to our community. So I think that's really the issue. The way we phrased it, none of those dollars could go out. And I think what we were trying to accomplish is there would be no reduction in the number of dollars currently going out. Does that make sense, committee? Don, is that the way?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that yesterday's motion contemplated the existing NEA funds that were supporting it. So it would require a modification of your motion. And
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Simpson.
for reference, Mr. Chairman, we're on page 52 of department number 24.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And so, Mr. Chairman, if you want to kind of restate the motion, I think I'm good with that. If we screw it up a second time, we'll have another bite at it later, I guess.
Yeah. So Don, I think what the motion would be is there would be no, let's frame this in the positive. The current level of distribution of NEA funds, and by current we mean in fiscal year 1920, would remain the same moving forward. Or into the current and the next biennium.
I'll second that. Mr. Chairman, does that, Don, does that fix the problem, do you think?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it addresses their concerns over the use of existing NEA funds. I think the letter also mentions the 2-position reduction, which is a separate issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
and is that consistent with the application, Don? If you've had the opportunity to read the email, I just want to make sure it's consistent also with the application and submittal to the NEA.
Mr. Chairman, I think that could be an amendment. I don't think that's, I think that's what Senator Hicks maybe was trying to get at, that it remained consistent with the current application.
Okay. Yeah, and my understanding that motion would cover that because we're just basically maintaining the status quo. And so that's all it is moving forward. So I think that addresses that. So Representative Stith, you've been patient.
No, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that with this amendment, you still eliminate 2 full-time equivalent positions, right?
We'll get to that's the next. So this just deals with the wording, and then we'll get to the positions. All right, committee, or do we need to vote on this language, Don? All right, all those in favor of the new language, please raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Back to the positions. Albert, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, he just wanted to take it out of this same agency somewhere else or this unit. I'm fine with what we did. We know that isn't his preference. If somebody else wants to make a motion to change that to his, that'll be somebody else's decision. But frankly, I'm fine with the direction we went.
Ready? Any amendments? No amendments to the motion. And we'll wrap this unit up. Don, what's the next item for our consideration?
Mr. Chairman, let me just run through a few that you skipped over. First off, you skipped Agency 41 or tabled that. That is the Fire Protection and Electrical Service. We have scheduled Director Reed for first thing tomorrow morning. If you want to take that up now or after his presentation.
Committee, my preference would be to wait till we hear Mr. Reed, Director Reed's testimony and have a chance to ask some more detailed questions. So Don, let's set that aside till tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, the next item you tabled was a local government, which you will also address in a bill scheduled for tomorrow morning. The next item you did not address was Agency 60, the MRG program. And I believe I provided information about the $8 million remaining available. This was Senator Agar's motion. His initial motion would have reduced the appropriation by $2.5 million or 10% of the MRG, which is Fund S4 in the current budget. And staff raised a concern that that $24 million of existing appropriation was not realistic of the funds or revenue available this biennium. So I provided you some additional information on that.
So Senator Kinski or Senator Guru, let's go back to Agency, is it 60, Don?
So Don, we did take some action and we took dollars out of that this morning.
No.
Tried
Out
to.
of BRC.
Oh, okay. We lost it?
We took out of the BRC, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, but eventually, I see. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think what Chairman Nicholas might be recalling is I think Senator Bebout made a motion while he was here on a 300 to take $1 million out of the MRG for UW athletics.
And that went down.
That's correct. So the money that would have been used would have come out of MRG, but we have not taken an action on that yet. So do we have any proposed action for this section? Do we have another amendment? Don, do we need to dispose of Senator Agar's amendment first or modify it? What do we need to do there?
60.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Senator Agar at least had that motion that was not addressed. It was tabled.
Okay.
Let me dig up my notes. Agency 60, right?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Go ahead, Representative Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clear the deck, could we call for the question on that particular motion and all of us vote no, and that way it's off the table and we can start with a clean slate? Would that be appropriate? And
if it's tabled, I don't know if we even need to bring it up.
okay.
So what we do is we have State Lands and Investment, the Agency 60 open. What page is that on, Don?
Mr. Chairman, it actually does not appear in the supplemental budget because they were not,
okay.
This program was not modified.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
I showed my notes. There were 2 tables. The first was the local government. And then the second was a proposal by Senator Agar to take 2.5 million out of MRGs. The question was, where was it going to go? And then it was tabled until we know or have the better number. And I think we have the better number now. Don gave it to us this morning, didn't he?
Yeah. And I remember the discussion was is maybe the 2.5 that we would just look at the 10% reduction.
And the question was, where would it go?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
And so my recollection of that is those MRG dollars come into that account and are from tax revenues, COLIS bonuses, that I think there's 3 there that Don identified. And so a reduction is just reducing that amount from being available to be funded or to be handed out in or distributed through SLIB, that they'd remain in that MRG account. And I believe that that was the discussion on, if you're going to reduce it by that amount, what is the intended purposes? Are we just taking it away to where it's not available for use?
And Mr. Chairman, I believe Don also said if we leave it there, it's subject to B11.
So it looks to me like we don't need to do anything with this section.
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Correct.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, I would move that we take 2 million out of it, and we put 1 million in the school LSRA and 1 in the school reserve account.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think that was Mr. Chairman's suggestion yesterday, wasn't it?
It's old news. Do I have a second? Second. So Co-Chairman Nicholas, specifically what school account and the foundation program account?
The school foundation program reserve account.
In the reserve. All right. Discussion committee.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I missed the motion.
Let's hurry up and vote. So, would you repeat your motion, Co-Chairman Nicholas?
The motion is to take out 2 million from the MRG. 1 million will go into the LSRA. 1 million will go into the school foundation reserve account.
And I have a second on that. Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, so is that of the taking that money out of the balance of that? And I think I understood it was $8 or $10 million or something like that. So that would reduce it to
6.8.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a breakout.
All right, we're going to have a breakout.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
There was one other number before we go, Don. Remember I had said 25 million, it's unlikely we'll get back to that. What would be a more appropriate figure to put into that line item? And what was that more appropriate figure?
Mr. Chairman, there's about $8.6 million available. You used 1 this morning, right, for the University of Wyoming. That takes it down to 7.6.
The University of Wyoming motion failed, Don.
I'm sorry. Yes. So this 2 million would take it to 6.6 million.
I kind of like Don's interpretation of what happened to that motion.
I apologize.
Just ruin it for everybody, Larry.
Not everybody.
All right, let's.
All right, thank you.
Don, this is Albert. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, or Representative Summers, you are on YouTube as well.
Yes. Could you tell me where we're going to find the 300 series in the SharePoint so I get a head start hunting? I'm not the best hunter in that deal.
Absolutely. That's going to be in the budget prep. And the file you'll want to look for is the 2020 budget bill with vetoes.
Don, thanks. I see that now. Thank you.
So Don, once again, you're going into the budget bill with vetoes to work through the 300s?
That's correct. I think we have one more item that we tabled or did not address yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, could we go back into our breakout room momentarily?
Yeah, we might as well.
I have a issue I want to raise.
Taryn?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, that is not a feature that I have found and located in Zoom at this point. In order for me to reopen yours, I must also close the sentence and then
Okay.
open theirs as well.
Mr. Chairman, we can
Reach
do it
out to
later.
them and ask them if they'd come back into the room momentarily so that I can redistribute you again. Would you like me to go ahead and try that?
Mr. Chairman, it's not that important. I'll text you, Mr. Chairman.
Albert, I'll just wait.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I was just talking to Albert. I sense a motion coming though, from somebody.
Hey, Don. I don't know.
Yes, Representative.
Sure, Don, if while we have a moment here, just curious, I was looking over your summary of from March 15th of 2020 of the whole budget bill with vetoes. And I had a question on University of Wyoming because in that memo, the appropriations were 445 million general fund to the University of Wyoming. And then when I look in agency 67, there's a line item general fund BRA of 492. And I just expected the numbers to be the same. And so, and it's a technical point, but I don't know, where's the difference?
The difference is when the budget books were printed, they incorporate major maintenance funding into the new budget book. So we look at that as an appropriation technically to the state construction division and then distributed to the University of Wyoming. So you won't find it in their block grant, you'll find it in a section 300. So the budget book before you now, that difference is about 36, 37 million, something like that. Actually, it's more than that. It's about $46 million in major maintenance funds.
And so that showed up in the budget bill in section 300 last year. And then the university, when it puts its budget together, includes it as part of its general fund BRA line.
Technically, the budget division is the one that includes it back in their budget.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Just trying to make things match.
That was a bit of the reason why I was struggling this morning at developing those percentages. It should be really straightforward, but you have to back out that major maintenance number. So,
Okay, Don, this is Lloyd. Where did you say we could find those section 300s?
yes, in your JAC SharePoint, and frankly, this is also online for anyone listening in. You can find it in your JAC SharePoint under Budget Prep 2020 Budget Bill with Governor's Vetoes. It's a PDF document.
What page does it start on, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's 61, page 61 of the PDF. Or maybe the page before, actually.
Hey, again, Don, sorry to bother you, but when I am on SharePoint, look under JAC 2020 budget session, I see folders that say post-session summaries, but I'm not sure that's where you want me to go to find.
Yes, Representative Stith, if you could back out the library one more directory and just go to the main library and select 2021 general session.
Oh, 2021 general. Okay.
And then select budget prep.
Got it. Oh, 2020 budget bill vetoes. Aha. Thank you.
Of course, this is just for the benefit of the public. This is the same document that appears on the website from last year.
And Don, we're just going to address which ones? And how, you're going to.
Mr. Chairman, I think there are about 5, and I've highlighted a couple of them in yellow on that document. There are potentially 2 or 3 in the section 300 itself. So one I won't speak to because I know it's a potential amendment. But for example, the governor recommends transferring $7 million from the school capital construction account to SIPA. And if the committee concurs with that, that would appear in the section 300 there. Then going forward, we'll stop briefly at major maintenance just to have the discussion on the governor's revisions there. And then we'll stop at the workforce services because those have also been amended in the governor's recommendations. And I am aware, the 1% severance tax is also in the governor's recommendations. And I think there are 2 potential amendments that we're aware of on other section 300s.
Bring back some old memories. Don, while we're waiting, was the in the 9 million on Capcom, was that inclusive of around 4 million or some number for the state capital?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that that was contemplated in the 9 million.
So I could swear that we added a component into Capcom. It was reduced by a motion by Senator Hicks in May. But I know what happened. The bill never got out. So even though we did it, it never moved forward.
That's exactly right.
Don, are they still out?
Nope.
Oh, they're back. We didn't get a thing that you were back. I'm sorry about that. We're right here. We thought you were still gone.
Yeah, our apologies to our House colleagues. We must have missed the little pop-up that said you guys were back in. We were starting to worry about you, so we finally bailed to come out to go find you, and you're here.
We've been chatting for about 15 minutes.
All right, well, we're back in session. We have a motion on the floor. Don, would you repeat that motion for us?
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, it is an appropriation of $2 million from S4, that's the MRG revenue account, $1 million to be deposited in the LSRA, $1 million to be deposited in the School Foundation Program Reserve account.
Any questions, committee?
I do have one, and that is whether or not you wish to just make those two appropriations, which is fine, and not reduce that $25 million appropriation. We leave it high there for a reason, or whether you want us to ratchet that down to the 6.6 million that is forecasted to be available.
Don, what's the difference?
Go ahead, Bob.
I'm just, in terms of what's profiled or what's happens, what's the difference?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of opportunities. If we leave it high, if there is a COLAs bonus sale in the interim, those funds would be available. Additionally, as projects are completed and there are, loans out of that account, those reserves get paid back into that account, and SLIB has the opportunity to reloan or regrant those funds.
So I'll just leave the motion as it is and leave it high.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Hold them. Those, I'm going to do this again. Those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion fails.
That was a good 30 minutes.
Yeah. All right, Don, where are we at now?
Mr. Chairman, one other item was tabled yesterday, and that related to the Veterans Museum. I believe you adopted the funding as well as the footnote for the military department, and then Representative Walters offered a conforming footnote on state parks and cultural resources. We provided you the preliminary text of both of those footnotes. The one that you have not taken action on is state parks and cultural resources.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the language that was provided this morning, and I can reread that if you would like.
I think we've all read it. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second, but I would like to hear the language again.
All right, go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language, and this is in agency 024, excuse me, state parks, as a condition of this appropriation, which is the $150,000, as a condition of this appropriation, the Wyoming Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources shall engage in a contract with the military department for the operation of the Veterans Museum in Casper. And again,
Right.
This is the language that goes in state parks, directing them to manage and operate the museum, just so that it all flows through properly from agency to agency.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, those are the only items we have that were tabled yesterday. If you wanted to proceed to the section 300s, and we can, if you wish to proceed, we can do so in one of two ways. I can scroll through that by posting the section 300s on your website and then pausing. There are about 6 of them that may require consideration. Or I could just show you where that file is and you can scroll through it yourself as I explain.
I'd prefer that you put them up on the screen, Don.
Mr. Chairman, hopefully you are reading the screen. This is the budget as adopted last year. And I'm not going to walk through each section if there are no changes or proposed amendment, but feel free to stop me at any time. Section 300 is the area where funding is moved from one account to another. And the first item I would raise, it does not appear in the governor's letter, but it does appear in his profile. He is so I understand that's the base amendment, the base motion is the gov's rec. And his recommendation is to move $7 million from the school capital construction account to the SIPA account in order for him to balance his portfolio or profile, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Don, my question is, so we're moving school foundation dollars, school capital construction account dollars, excuse me. We're moving them into SIPA, and that will pay for no K-12 projects. Is that accurate, or am I inaccurate?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that is accurate because SIPA is now supporting school capital construction. So it is, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a request?
Senator Kensky.
In addition to Don putting it on the screen, can he direct where it is on SharePoint? Because he's jumping off the screen during the discussion. But I'd like to be able to keep the text in front of me during the discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Don.
In your JAC SharePoint under 2021 General Session, there is a directory titled Budget Prep.
Yep. Okay.
And within that directory is a file, PDF file, that is called 2020 Budget Bill with Governor's Veto.
Okay. Gotcha.
And if you scroll down to page 61, 62.
Okay, thank you.
Don, my question is, I mean, the governor asked us to do it. We're modifying the budget, doing different things to it. So it really doesn't, it may balance what he presents, but is there any need for us to take action on it?
Mr. Chairman, I think if you don't want to do that and let things just kind of fall where they may, you should deny this governor's rec.
So, and I think if we want to do what we want to do, that would probably be the more appropriate thing to do, wouldn't it, Don? It'd be consistent with our actions.
Mr. Chairman, it would be.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Don, so we're in section 300 of the section 300. Could you give me the actual reference there? Are we on G?
So, Mr. Chairman, there will be a new section or subsection, excuse me, at the bottom, and so there will be an H.
Okay.
Yeah.
And please tell me again what he's doing. Is he taking SIPA money and move it to school CapCon for major maintenance? Did I understand that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it is the reverse. Under his profile, there's $7,025,238 left over in school CapCon account, and he moves that back to SIPA.
And its origin, Mr. Chairman, and its origin was originally SIPA.
Mr. Chairman, I think you could make that argument that SCCA has a lot of different revenue streams.
Okay.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to encourage us to resist doing this. And the reason being is I think as Craig meets in January that the 7 million that Don references may no longer be available. This was based on an October report of money available. And I think that's going to potentially change. And so I think if the governor needs the funds, we ought to do it out of something a little more stable like the LSRA that we know it has a known amount of money in it versus this school capital construction account, which is break even at best. And over since we left Cheyenne last year in March, has been below water and above water both. And it just happened to be above water when the governor prepared his budget. And so, as I said, I would resist this change.
So Representative Walters, I'd have a question. Apparently you're privy to information that the Joint Appropriations Committee doesn't have. Could you share with us where that money's going to go?
Could I share which money is going to go where?
Well, you said that $7 million that the governor wanted to shift into the SIPA account was going to be spent someplace else.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that it'll be spent anywhere. I'm just not sure that it will. It's so close to being zero. I just am not comfortable transferring that money. It's $7 million. When we left Cheyenne in March, that account was basically underwater. Well, it was underwater, and we had to put money in from the LSRA to meet the obligations last spring. And due to some reversions and a few other things and some projects that have been completed in the intervening months from March till October, when the governor created the profile in the budget, that account happened to come back above water, for lack of a better term. But due to the project timing and completion, and because it is so close to perfectly balanced, I'm not comfortable making that change, is what I'm referring to. And really it's a timing issue of point in time when that profile is created. Where are those projects that are ongoing, which there's $100 million probably worth of projects out of that account taking place during the year. And so based on the timing of completion of those projects and whether they come in perfectly on budget or slightly under budget, that account is always moving up and down. And so here we are basically even or barely above even. And I just have a fear that it will quickly dip the other direction. And so I think it's premature for us to take this action at this time.
Well, my recollection in the proposed CapCon, there's money in both the flex and the contingency fund. Could those not be used if there was a overrun for one of these other budgets that you're referencing?
Mr. Chairman, from a procedural standpoint, I am not sure how the state construction flex or state construction contingency would move over to the school side of the budget for overruns on the school side. But again, that's an internal procedural question that I'm not sure how that would work. Typically, school construction is paid out of the school side of the school capital construction account, and state construction on all other state buildings, excluding a few, is paid out of the state side. And so, like I said, I just wouldn't know the mechanism for the procedure to move state-funded, state-side contingency and flex monies to cover school-side contingencies and flex.
Does this, maybe you can answer this question because I don't know, doesn't the school facilities have contingency fund built into their program?
Mr. Chairman, each project has a certain amount of contingency built into it. And so as opposed to the agency as a whole having a contingency built into it. And so then it would be relative to where each project is. Now, they also, as they move through the biennium, they are able to scale back the number of projects based on and scale back what they let for bidding in certain projects so that they can make sure that they hit the budget just right. But there is not, that I am aware of, there is not a contingency account to cover all projects like there is on the school side, or on the state side, excuse me.
Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
I just want to make sure that I'm following along here. So Don, this is a question for Don. I pulled up out of the SharePoint what is the 2020 bill and the footnotes there, which ends at G. What did you show on the screen? Was it a draft of a proposed footnote H? I heard you say make reference to a new subsection 300H.
No, Mr. Chairman. Typically, we would receive a governor's letter providing us direction on his transfers. We did not receive that. But reading his profile and reading the governor's introduction remarks, he is recommending transferring $7 million out of the school capital construction account and into the SIPA account. In order to do that, he needs legislation. This is the appropriate place to incorporate his recommendation if the committee concurs with it.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Don, forgive me for not knowing more, but what's his rationale for wanting to transfer money from SCCA into SIPA? Because then he just spends it right back out of SIPA, doesn't he?
Mr. Chairman, his profile requires that $7 million in revenue to fund all of his SIPA priorities.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Don, isn't he doing school CapCon, or isn't he doing school major maintenance in part out of SIPA? Because we backstop that out of SIPA?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. A portion of the revenue in the school capital construction account originates in SIPA.
So it's like a perpetual motion machine. We take it out of school CapCon, put it into SIPA with backstop cap. Do we add another curve to the diagram then with that?
Don, my thoughts are is rather than taking up this particular item in the section 300, it would probably be better to walk through the CapCon bill when we do that and then see what the results of that are before we take this back up.
Yeah.
It may be a moot point.
Fair point. We'll move beyond that one.
All right, thank you.
The second one also appears here in the section 300. I won't share the screen again because there is no current language in this. And this is not a governor's rec. This is a suggestion from a member, and it was many months ago. So the member may have some difficulty recalling it. But you'll recall under the 1920 legislation, all of the tips on the spending policy accounts were frozen, meaning the tips did not occur. We had the state of Wyoming experience a particularly strong year for yields in the Excellence in Higher Education account. It generated approximately $18 million, I believe, in yield in this last year, which means $10.592 million would have tipped to the corpus had it not been for that legislation. So at least in this summer, there was interest by one member to ensure that that $10.59 million tip was included. This is the appropriate place for that inclusion if the member still desires it.
Well, Don, I think that would actually be a good idea, is to go ahead and allow that money to tip into the corpus. I think Senator Bebout has a motion to that effect.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chairman. I would move that we allow that money to tip into that permanent fund.
Do I have a second?
Entire amount.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm not familiar with it, but I believe in Wyoming's Tomorrow or some other legislation. Part of that funds are being redirected in a draft bill or something is going. Is there anyone on the committee that's familiar with that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm on the committee, but I don't recall that. But I guess, Mr. Chairman, just some additional comments. I'd kind of like an explanation. Here we are in a budget crisis. We didn't tip because we worried that we might be in some kind of crisis and need the money, and now we want to tip it just when we need money. I'm sorry, I don't understand the logic, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Representative Chairman, we've looked at this in CapFan, and I can tell you, if there is one account that is absolutely actuarially underwater, it's this one. And the higher education endowment account is in a situation where if we don't start to generate more money out of the corpus, then you're faced with either eliminating, reducing the amount of money that's spent out there, or putting money into the corpus back in to get those level of yields back up. So when you look at the projections on that, it's my recollection on CapFin, we've looked at this 2 years in a row. This one's in trouble.
So clarification, I think the higher education is in trouble, but this is in the Hathaway Scholarship, right? Or am I getting those mixed up?
Mr. Chairman, this is the excellence in higher education.
So you can
Mr.
either put
Chairman.
money in now or put money in later, or you're going to have to significantly reduce the level of money that's spent out of this account in the future. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm taking long. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm taking a longer term approach because of the importance of this and having struggled with it in the past. To me, it seems like you just have to make some of these tough calls, and I'd rather make that call today and know that 4 or 5 years from now, we look back and
So, Mr. Chairman.
Wait a sec. I've got LSO. Polly.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I could provide some information about the status of the Excellence in Higher Education Endowment account, if you would like.
Please.
Okay. Currently, the balance is far above the maximum because of the tip was prevented. So currently the balance is 19.1 million. If the tip were to be made, it would go to 8.5 million. We do project out for 6 years, and the projections that we have show the reserve account to be decreasing, but at the end of 6 years to be at 2.6 million, which is kind of a steady decrease over those 6 years. The projections, of course, do not include the realized gains, just dividends and interest. And the payments to UW and the community colleges are averaging in our projections about 4.7 million a year. And the investment income from interest and dividends only is averaging about 3.5 million a year.
So the investments is not pacing the amount of expenditures. Is that correct, Polly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is accurate.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stith, and then I'll go to your Representative Summers, and I think then Senator Guru, and then DeLarson.
Mr. Chairman, quick question for Polly. The discrepancy between payouts and income coming in, does that include over the past 6 or 7 years, whatever the time frame was, the realized capital gains or not?
Mr. Chairman, the projections do not include the realized capital gains because those are not forecast by Craig, but when they're actually received, we do count them. So that's what's happened in fiscal year 2020 there was a large realized gain, and that's why there was a large amount of investment income in 2020.
So, and for members of the committee on the CapFin, that we've been advised by the consultants, RVK, and also the investment funds committee, moving forward, the returns on these accounts are probably going to be in the neighborhood of 2 to 2.5%. So the forward-looking projections are not good for substantial capital gains. I know Senator Guru's on that committee. Anyway, I had Representative Summers, and then I can't remember. Then Senator Guru. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So my question is for Polly. So long story short, out of that, can we tip that amount that was recommended and still be projected to stay above water going forward? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, the 6-year projection period that I have here does show a declining balance in the reserve every year. So in year 6 of the projection, there is 2.6 million in the reserve, but that's not enough to pay for the average amount of the distributions to the colleges and the university, which is averaging 4.7 million a year.
Thank you.
Chairman,
I had Senator Guru and then Representative Walters and then Representative Larson. So Senator Guru.
You mentioned what I wanted to say though about the diminishing return point, so I'm good.
All right, Representative Walters, then Larson, then Kinski, then Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Polly, this account is a statutorily created account, not a constitutional account. So the corpus is not considered inviolate. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Dawn on that, or if that would be okay.
Mr. Chairman, the framework actually was created in the Constitution and allows the state legislature to create a permanent fund. So this qualifies the same as Hathaway. Now, technically the fund is created in statute, but the constitutional protections are in the Constitution.
Follow up. So ultimately the account is inviolate, Mr. Chairman.
The corpus.
Or the corpus, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that to be the case. I will double check my read.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Larson, then Senator Kinski, and then Representative Schwartz. So go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Polly, would you just tell me again what our current balance is, how much could tip, and how much that would leave remaining? Again, I couldn't write fast enough. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I'd be glad to go over that again. At the end of fiscal year 20, the balance was 19.1 million.
In the corpus?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Reserve account. And recall that there was a piece of legislation that prevented a tip. The cap on the reserve account was 8.5 million. It's 150% of the spending policy. So that tip did not happen. If that tip of $10.6 million, I'm rounding, were to happen, we would be at the max, which is 8.5 million.
So, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, Polly. When you say we would be at the max 8.5 million, max in which account? In the reserve account or in the corpus?
Reserve account.
Okay, so then what would the corpus be? I'm still trying to figure out what the corpus balance is and what it would be.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let me get that for you. So at the beginning of fiscal year 21, without the tip, so this is the beginning of the year, July 1, 119.5 million rounded.
And we'd add 10, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
We've got a line waiting in front of you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think Senator Kinski was next, and then Representative Schwartz, and then you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Kinski.
thank you. And Polly, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Polly, tell me what the earnings were off of that corpus, the prior, what were the earnings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the earnings for fiscal year 20, $16.2 million, and that included the realized capital gains. There was an atypical amount of earnings, the highest of any year I can see, and I think I go back all the way to the early 2000s on the spreadsheet that I'm looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Polly, the obligation of the fund is how much each year?
The payouts to the community colleges and UW vary each year, but they are averaging about $4.7 million a year.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, the calculation to pay out, is that based on a rolling average of the corpus, the spending policy?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Don Richards on how the payout amount is determined.
And Don, while you're at it, would you talk about the reserve that we told them to make in the distributions as well?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't catch the second question, but
So while you're at it, please explain that we required each college to create a reserve account so they don't fully disperse the 5%.
correct, Mr. Chairman. To Senator Kinski's question, it is based on a 5-year rolling average. It is a percentage of that. And as Co-Chairman Nicholas points out, that percentage has been reduced, and I believe it's now at 3.75%. And it also requires, or 4.75%, excuse me, I stand corrected, 4.75%. And each institution of higher education must take a portion of that money and set it aside for years in which the 4.75 is not reached.
So, Mr. Chairman, then if I may, another follow on. So Polly or Don, if we're paying out a rolling 4.75%, and the colleges have to have their own reserve, what is the purpose of the reserve for the excellence in higher education? Usually that reserve is to try and preserve some sort of market payout.
Don, go ahead and answer that.
Yes, the reserve account is intended to preserve the payouts from the state. The institutional reserves are much smaller and unable to absorb even a year's worth of the full amount. It's a fraction of the full amount for a year.
And then finally, this question, do we earn more on if that money's in the corpus, or do we earn more on it if it's in the reserve, or return the same? Aren't they invested different?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Polly.
the reserve account is invested more conservatively than the corpus.
And do you know the difference in the average returns?
The reserve account, I believe, and Don Richards could correct me if I'm wrong, is invested in the state agency pool, which is going to have returns very, very much like a cash equivalent type investment.
So Representative Schwartz, I know you were out there. You had a question at one point in time.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so correct me if I'm wrong, that the account had an anomaly last year in terms of the returns. It was 15%. Is that what you said?
Mr. Chairman, the return for fiscal year 20 for the fund was 13.55%, and I would characterize that. I don't think it would be inaccurate to characterize that as an anomaly.
Yeah, and so following up, it also appears to be an anomaly for the return for our other accounts, for instance, Hathaway. And I don't need to know now, but I'd love to know how it was invested differently that gave us such a better return.
Mr. Chairman, this is something that came up at the CapFin meeting on November 16th, and we did ask the Treasurer's Office to follow up with that because they did not have the answer for that at the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's primarily from the income portfolio.
Correct.
Pardon?
Primarily from the income portfolio, fixed income.
Mr. Chairman, I think it was just long-term bonds came in.
Very well, we'll find out. I'm just gonna, from the CapFin, when we've had the consultants, RVK, come in here, they recommended a year ago that we either be prepared into the future to either a recommendation to adjust our spending policy or be prepared sometime in the future to add general fund money to continue to generate the spending policy that we have. So when the further you look out, is the Polly has described, the income coming out here is declining not increasing. In RV case, that's a 50% probability. And starts to fall below that 50%. And the further you go out, the less likely it's going to generate sufficient income. So we've got a windfall. Here would be an appropriate time to dump that money into the corpus. Keep in mind, based on the projections, that corpus is going to yield less money. So the more we can put in here will help offset that. But that being what it is, unless there's any more discussion, I'll call for the question. Don, the motion was to allow the, how much?
10.592 million.
$2.592 million to tip. 10 to tip into the corpus. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. On next item.
Mr. Chairman, I will share my screen. We'll go back to, hopefully you can see the bill. We're moving into section 301. I won't speak about this. It's borrowing authority. Section 302, also borrowing authority. I'm scrolling so that any member can stop and ask for an amendment. Carryover provisions. And when you see the budget bill presented to probably the new committee in January or thereafter, you can anticipate an additional section here around M or right in this area to accomplish some of the governor's reductions on the Department of Corrections parole incentives. He's actually reverting money from a prior appropriation. Just a note, you've already voted on that. Section 304, I have nothing to add. This is EGI benefits. This is not the one that is the appropriation into the EGI account. We'll get to that. Section 305 is the flex for the executive branch. Section 306 is the flex for the judicial branch. Section 307 is personal services transfers. This is a prohibition on movement of funds. Section 308 is the next one, which absent objection, we will change these numbers. So this number will be reduced by 25%, consistent with the governor's recommendations.
Hello.
Yes, Lloyd. Representative Larson.
We're cruising along there pretty good. So Don, can I go back to 307 on that transfer of funds? But then we give Department of Health an exemption of that at the state hospital. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So they can move. Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, my comment here on major maintenance is the governor's recommendation reduce this amount by 25%. It will also change. It is no longer coming from the general fund. It is coming from the SIPA account. So absent a motion, that's what you'll see in the bill. There will be approximately $96 million appropriated from the SIPA account. This will be changed.
Okay, committee. Continue, Don.
The Wildlife Trust Challenge account, nothing is amended here. It stays as is. Limitation on salary increases stays as is with the governor's vetoes. The governor's biennial budget recommendation, these are one-time and one-time appropriations. This stays as is. Department of Corrections carryover also stays as is. I'm going to move quickly through all of section 313, which relates to school capital construction. There is no changes recommended in the governor's budget. This one, however, there is a recommendation, and the governor's budget moves the 1% severance tax and makes that deposit into the general fund for use of the, at least fully funds the statutory reserve amount of $113 million. So if you agree with the governor's rec, this language will have to be changed. I'll pause there, allow you to contemplate.
Committee, any recommendations on the governor's tip? Discussion. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this question would be for Don. So would the action be that we would delete this language from section 314? And that would allow the governor to utilize it the way he has profiled, or would we delete this and add in new language to allow for his use?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Walters, if you concur with the governor's rec, just like your motions we've been having all day, you do nothing. If you want to amend the governor's rec, meaning divert that to some other location or not divert the funds, that motion would be in order. So the underlying motion has always been the gov's rec.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, regardless of whether we want it to be used for the statutory reserve amount or some other amount, I think in all of our budget balancing acts that we're going through in this supplemental budget, we use these dollars. And so my recommendation that we, at this point, we just concur with the governor's actions. And if we want to place it someplace different in the general fund or wherever, we can do that either now or in round robin or in May.
Committee? So Don, can you put that back up onto the screen? So currently, Don, is the way this works, there's 50% of that 1% is going to go into the LSRA. Is the governor wanting to divert that, and then the other 50% would tip on, I believe it's April 1st, into the corpus? And what exactly does he want to do with that 50%?
Mr. Chairman, he deposits both paragraph or subsection B, the 50% that goes to the PMTF, and the LSRA to the Budget Reserve General Fund, and he does the same thing in C. So no money under his recommendations would be deposited to the LSRA. No money would be deposited to the PMTF.
And can he B11 out of the budget reserve account?
Mr. Chairman, he cannot add to an appropriation, but he has flex authority within the general fund budget reserve.
So it looks to me, to committee, the way I view this is the question is do you want this to roll into the general fund, or I mean the budget reserve account, or do you want to put it someplace where it's out of reach of the governor, which would be the LSRA that only we can appropriate out of? So, Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Bebout, you've got to go ahead, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just this is a tough one, and I've been thinking a lot about this. And of course, we've all talked about this as our last resort, sort of, so to speak. And if we, if we go ahead and try to spend it, that causes me more grief than if we try to put it somewhere. And if we're going to put it somewhere, then we ought to be careful how we do it. This gets away from the whole idea of diversification of our economy, because we're once again relying on the severance tax. And this only makes it worse as we go down the road of what's going to happen to oil. If it does, let's hope it doesn't. So I have a tendency to agree with Co-Chairman Nicholas. Maybe we don't want to, I don't want to put it somewhere where it can be spent. I don't want to give the governor the ability just to move up and spend it on the latest, greatest. And maybe there's a place to put it. And let's just kind of keep that. Who knows where we could be in 6 months from now? It could be a lot worse, men and women. So it's just a tough one for me. I guess I would rather see it saved somewhere that we could utilize later rather than put on the table to be spent.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Senator Bebout and Chairman Nicholas's point, then Don, if we're going to do any action, it just we need to contemplate that there is an action pending in April. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And Don, that's a tip of what, 12 or 15 million into the, is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Because of the delay in the payment of severance taxes and the distribution thereof, about $63 million is anticipated in this section for a full calendar year, but half of that, and then because of the April timing, it's about $10 million would be actually tipped on April 1st.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we created the 1% statutory account, OPSTA, and deposited all of it into OPSTA, it would not be available for the governor, but it would be available for legislative use if needed. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, and it is already deposited into the OPSTA, and then it's transferred out of there. So the first half is already accomplished. What would not be available is the governor would use this in all likelihood for cash, right? This funds his statutory reserve amount, that 100 million-ish amount, so we never drop below zero in our checking account. That's how so if the 100 million is not there, it would be in an OPSTA account, which could result in cash challenges for the governor.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Don, I appreciate that, but we always leave a bra amount, right? I mean, we never go, we've had it lower or higher, but we always leave an amount there, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, but this is that amount.
Yes, yeah. Yes,
So,
thank you.
Don, so what is the balance in the budget reserve account then? Are we carrying a balance above and beyond what we have here?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe you would be. It would be essentially zero, maybe 10 million or whatnot after all of your actions.
So we could just, one of the alternatives would be to deny the gov's rec, and then that money's still available in the bra, and about $10 million would tip to the corpus of the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, you could revise his recommendation. He puts the leftover money, which in his profile was 13 million. He deposits that in the LSRA. You could deposit that in the permanent fund if you so desired, or any leftover money.
Or we could just keep it all in OPSTA until May.
But I believe if we couldn't do that, because part of that will tip automatically April 1st if we take no action. Is that correct, Don?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, the governor's rec would strike these two paragraphs and deposit the money in the general fund. So if you want to do something other than that, but we need direction as to what that is.
Well, I'm perfectly fine just denying the governor's rec and leaving it the way it is right now, but I don't know what the rest of the committee feels like. But Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to make a motion that a two-part motion. The first part would be to deny the governor's recommendation, and the second part would be to not allow for the current deposits to take place and leave the money in the OPSTA account.
And so a question on the motion. I'll second it. Don, obviously we're not going to get back to this if we don't have a session until May. So really nothing happens.
Vote.
So it's just a overture to the governor and to ourselves that our preference is to control the money.
And if we want to do that, we just leave it the way it is right now. And when we come back in session, then we'll deal with that.
Well,
So
we
right
do
now,
both.
go ahead, Representative Knuckles, co-chairman.
No, I just think that what we're doing is we're telling the chief executive that our preference is that we don't tip the 10 million and that we leave the money where it's at. That's really what we're telling him.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Walters had his hand up, and then I'll go to you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose this motion with the concept or with knowing that we are uncertain when we may have a session. And so this would set us up to do for a different action if we have a session prior to the April 1st tipping of these funds. If it's a May session, then yes, this is a moot point. But if Management Council and leadership at an earlier date in January sets a special session and we have any action on the budget, then we could be set up to do something like this, where it would allow us to keep the funds a little more accessible than tipping into the permanent fund. So yeah, it could be a moot point, or it could structure us to allow us to have cash on hand if needed.
So I've got a suggestion, Representative Walters. Wait a sec. Did we have a second on your motion?
yes.
It's a second. So
Chairman Nicholas seconded it, Mr. Chairman.
discussion.
And I believe Senator Kinski had comments.
Discussion, Senator Kinski.
I just wanted to hear what Senator Bebout's thoughts were on the motion.
Well, Mr. Vice Chair, I would speak against the motion. I think that we leave it like it is and move forward. And then if the tip should happen, I'm okay with the tip. I always have been. But then we should probably have a chance to deal with it sooner than that anyway. So at the end of the day, it's aces, one way or the other. But I will be voting no on the motion.
So we've got a motion on the floor. Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I was going to mention the fact that if we don't have a session, you're right, that there's the moot point. However, in thinking about it, the governor has already taken care of this. So if we leave it alone now, then we're just saying it's okay for the governor to do what he's doing. Do I read that right?
I believe it's not right, Representative Kenner. This would be basically the effect of a recommendation to the legislature, and until we pass the budget bill, it would not become effective. Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. However, if you don't adopt Representative Walters' first part of his motion, which is to deny the governor's rec, your bill will move the money into the general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Vice Chair, I stand corrected on my comments. I agree with the first part of Representative Walters. He lost me on the second part. Maybe we could divide that amendment. Just a thought for the Vice.
All right. So is that okay with you, Representative Walters, to divide the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I think that makes good sense. Was going to propose that myself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your second, agree with that? He does. All right. So everybody, so the first part of what the amendment is that we're going to be voting on is deny the governor's recommendation. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion passes. Second part, could you repeat the second part of the motion, Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second part of the motion would be to basically strike this language and insert new language that says the money would remain in the OPSTA account as opposed to being split 50-50 on April 1st.
Okay, everybody understand what we're voting on? All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion passes 7-5. All right, Don, what's the next item of business? The 300.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, and I just want everybody to think about this. As we get down into like another Craig and another, we're going to likely, or the JAC at that time will likely review this to decide. Ultimately, we have to balance the budget, right? And we're going to have to take those actions necessary to balance that. If that includes using part of this to do that, I can't imagine a scenario where we leave no bra left. I mean, at least I've been in on this a very short period of time. But so Don, I mean, you expect it's just 1 year remaining, right, in a budget. So you wouldn't necessarily have to have the full amount of a bra to kind of compensate for the next year, but typically we leave something there for any. I mean, we could have a major fire, twister, whatever next year, right? We don't know what could be needed. Don't we leave a little in the pot in that bra?
Mr. Chairman, the tradition has been to leave 5% of the general fund, which is about $100 million. I can only recall 1 year in which the legislature left town without that 5%, and they came back the next year and filled it up.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate, I think, we'll revisit some of this stuff as we balance the budget, but I can't imagine that we would leave the governor with no flexibility moving into what has been an unusual set of years or a year. Thank you.
So Don, a question on that. When we've left that $100 million in that budget reserve account, has that been entirely spent before the next biennium? And what was it spent on? Maybe just off the top of your head.
So Mr. Chairman, this is not a pot of money that any governor can use to go above and beyond the appropriations. What it does is support times when insufficient revenue is available. And it has only been spent down completely one time in my knowledge, and that is with Governor Meade in 2016, when we had enormous drop in revenue in the spring of 2016. He used those funds not for any add-ons to the budget, but just to fund the appropriations that you had approved. So it's used when revenues decline is where these funds would be accessed.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on this item, committee? All right, Don, next item in the 300 series.
I'll scan through the next several rather quickly. We have section 315, which was a negotiation between the Senate and House on the distribution of federal mineral royalties over the Craig amount. Frankly, the Craig amount was so high compared to where it is now when this provision was adopted that it is not particularly meaningful. Section 316 does the same for co-lease bonuses. Neither of these are anticipated to come into play. The Wyoming Pipeline Corridor Initiative, that is an extension of AML appropriation. Again, section 318 is similar in redirection and reauthorization of prior or old AMLs. Remember, we went through the exercise of sweeping all of those decade-old appropriations from the Department of Environmental Quality. Section 319 provides for matching funds for the College of Engineering and Applied Science. Section 320 is the next one, and you've already voted on this. You'll recall yesterday in the community college budget, the governor recommends removing or eliminating these two appropriations. In subsection D, the $1.5 million for the student grant program in Wyoming Works, and subsection E. So when you see the bill, these will both be stricken. Next, we have a prohibition on school district sales and demolition of buildings and facilities. The next section was struck or vetoed by the governor, as was the next on Council of State Government annual meeting. The IT funding section, this was accomplished with your CIO or ETS study. The state laboratories study was vetoed by the governor. The next one I want to pause on because there has been a suggestion by at least one member to strike this section. This is the $21.33 million set aside from the LSRA, as well as direction to the Department of Administration and Information to consider increases of premiums, as well as a reduction in the employer contribution to premiums under the employer EGI health insurance program.
Mr. Co-Chair. Go ahead, Representative Nicholas, Co-Chair Nicholas.
Yeah, I would move that we strike this section.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to see the 21.3 rolled back, but wasn't there a balance? It went by fast, but didn't we also instruct that you've got to move to 82% contribution instead of 85% contribution? Maybe it's all moved now because they've done, I don't know if all of it, have they done everything that they were instructed to do in that footnote, Don?
Mr. Chairman, they have reported to you as recently as October, and I think they have addressed all of these. They may not have been in the exact manner as all members contemplated when you adopted it, but I think they have addressed all of them.
Okay, and so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, the effect of your motion would be then to the 21.3 would roll back to LISRA from whence it was a quote backstop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Second. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, the next item has already occurred, section 328. That was the amount of money left at the end of the preceding biennium on June 30th, 2020. So that is no longer applicable. This one here, I will pause on. You've just received your first report on statewide position eliminations. You'll recall that the governor was charged with finding $500,000 in savings. He exceeded that by multiples due to COVID. So he has filed his first report several weeks early, and this provision doesn't have quite the same meaning that it did in February and March.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, I would move we strike this.
Second. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Don?
Yes, that was section 329. Section 330 provided $250,000 for mass layoff relief. Section 331.
Mr. Chairman, remind me of what the circumstance was that prompted the 330 note, if anybody can recall. What was the situation we were concerned about?
That was Gillette.
It was the coal mine layoffs in Gillette is the reason that money was put in there, Senator Kinski.
Okay, Matt, thank you.
Continue, Don.
Mr. Co-Chair, I just move we strike it.
So move to strike section 330. Can I have a second? Second. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman.
Don?
If this motion is successful, we may have to modify. I don't know if any of the 250 has been expended. So we may have to say the unobligated amount.
That'd be fine. I think COVID dollars came in and replaced it.
Yeah.
All right, so the amended motion to strike any unexpended balance in this section. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Unobligated.
Unobligated. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Back to you, Don.
Mr. Chairman, that was on section 330. Section 331, arguably the governor uses some of the authority here to make his step 2 and step 3 reductions. I'm not suggesting this is the sole area of authority, but I don't think we anticipated a decline that we are currently anticipating, but this section allowed him to go in and identify savings from related programs that will yield the necessary necessary activities to balance his budget.
I don't think this is necessary anymore, is it, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it hurts anything, and if you have a second downturn for whatever reason, it does give the governor more flexibility to act in a reduction mode.
All right. Committee, if there's no amendments, continue. Don?
Section 332 was vetoed on the death certificate surcharge. Section 333, there was no change in his recommendations. That provided some matching funds for community colleges. Section 334, no change. And this was the health insurance for the unoccupied positions in K-12. Section 335 was vetoed regarding the National Board of Certified Teachers.
Mr. Chairman, could you go back, tell me, refresh my recollection on the unoccupied health insurance in K-12? What did we do with it in that footnote?
So Senator Kinsky, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
This was a Senate House compromise in terms of funding vacated positions or positions that were not utilizing the health insurance. I know some folks prefer not to use the term ghost employees, and this is not just ghost employees, it's people who are employed and perhaps on their spouse insurance as well, that those positions that were not participating would not be paid 100%. The district would not be paid 100% of that health insurance calculation, but rather I believe it was reduced to 50%. Yes, calculation of 1/2 of the amount for those positions not participating in health insurance.
Don, was there a biennium split on that first year, second year?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was.
It seems like 100 years ago we worked on that. Okay, thank you, Don.
All right, continue, Don.
I touched on the National Board Certified Teachers, which was vetoed. Then we had a reappropriation of funds for coal technology research. This was at the request of the governor. And then the University of Wyoming governance study. Study of federal lands leasing ban or restrictions. And I believe that is it, Mr. Chairman, for section 300s.
All right, committee, any other discussion on section 300? No more discussion on that section. Don?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Co-Chair.
If there were interest in additional or new section 300s, is this where that discussion would be had?
Yeah, Don, if we wanted to amend section 300, is this where we would do it at this point?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. And so, for example, that lengthy discussion on the excellence in higher ed was one such amendment that just happened to be filed with us early.
All right. So committee, Representative Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering about the borrowing authorities, Don, for the Hathaway, that the treasurer, it's in 301, that the treasurer is able to do. And then there's another borrowing authority that I can't remember. There was two of them right there. I think C and B in 301. I just wondered, I wondered how much had been borrowed out of those sections and how that was working.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's an excellent question. Both sections 301 and 302 provide I think there are 5 borrowing authorities allowed. Rarely are these ever exercised. For example, the state treasurer can borrow money to keep the general fund solid. It can also borrow money for school capital construction. We have never had to use, to my knowledge, those 2 provisions. The provisions that you mentioned, one of them related to wildland fires was subsection A. I think that actually has been exercised, and I think the state forester commented about the delay in the receipt of federal reimbursements. So when we have a significant fire season, the first use of is that fire account, the county fire suppression account. Once that is exhausted, then the state forester has an opportunity with approval from the governor and Homeland Security to borrow up to $20 million. And then the one you mentioned, I believe, was the Hathaway borrowing authority. I believe, let me refresh my memory on that. I don't believe that one has ever been utilized either. So the Hathaway Scholarship Program does borrow every year. And you can imagine why, because the investment income for those scholarships isn't earned until throughout that fiscal year. Unfortunately, the scholarships, those students who are benefiting from the scholarships, they owe their tuition in August usually. So we're only a month and a half into the fiscal year, so we don't have very much investment earnings to fund the scholarships. So they take a loan out, but they have always been able to take that loan out against their own reserve account. In the event that there isn't sufficient funds in their reserve account, this is what I'll call the double backstop, and it would allow them to take a loan out from the LSRA.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
I believe Senator Bebout had a motion with respect to CARES money, 300 series.
Senator Bebout.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I think that's to be done and handled in the construction budget, I believe. Would that be the case, Don?
Senator Bebout, can you lean closer to the microphone? We can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that has to happen in the CapCon bill. I don't think we can put CARES money into the Section 300, can we, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I think you could appropriate federal funds in the budget bill. That's, I don't think, an issue. The purpose could be an issue. If you wanted the purpose to be capital construction, then yes, that would be more appropriate in the CapCon bill.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
I might suggest that it would be appropriate here and in CapCon. So conceptually, if I understood Senator Bebout in our earlier discussion, if I may, you were talking about sweeping some CARES money, either currently appropriated, or I mean, that we currently have, if Congress allows the reversion to extend to 2021, or if there is new money, we wanted to set aside something for healthcare critical access, which could be construction, in which case it's CapCon, but there could be, equipment, there could be training needs, there could be any, program, there could be any number of needs that other than just purely CapCon. And so I'm suggesting that might be appropriate to put a marker down on both if you're interested. It's just a question.
Well, Mr. Vice Chair, I would make that motion. I think it's a good idea, and I will tell you a little bit about that, as I've given so much thought to the CARES money in terms of our critical access in a hospital situation, and watching what's been going on the last 4 or 5 months. I think Don helped me out, but it seems to me there's about $450 million that we've got 2 weeks to get out the door. There's a movement at the national level about some compromises, extend the date from December 30th of 2020 to September 30th of 2021. A lot of moving parts out there. So it seems to me that it's out there, it's available. We ought to try to capture it. Of who knows what may or may not happen. I do know one thing for sure. If we do nothing, it could very well go back and we'll be without an opportunity to really do some great things for the state of Wyoming, not only for the rural critical, but for all hospitals. So that would be the purpose of it. As to whether you break it out in CapCon, I like the idea of doing it both ways, but I understand the CapCon construction issue and how that works.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So Don, the co-chairman talked about $450 million. My understanding is the representation from Mr. Buck and from the chief executive that by December 15th, no later than December 31st, all of the money will be allocated, every penny, and that they'll have at least through March 1st or the end of March to have it expended and distributed. And that they have more or less guaranteed us that that's what they're planning to do. And they've told us where it's going to go, that it's going to go to unemployment, workers' comp, and I think there are a few other places out there. So the only, I think all the money's been appropriated or allocated or will be. And the only thing that will undo that is an action by Congress between now and December 31st.
Well, Mr. Chair, you know, that could very well be the case, Mr. Side of caution. You can be subject to, if it happens, it happens. If it does.
Senator Bebout, you froze up on us.
We missed an opportunity.
Senator Bebout, I need to have you lean closer to your microphone. You're breaking up on us.
450 million, but.
Wyatt, you got a photo bomber.
Mr. Chairman.
Why don't you just let him
Senator Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, you know, purely for my own community's needs, you know, I certainly would support the use of some federal dollars, particularly if we get a new allocation in the CapCon bill. So I'm all in if we do it in the CapCon bill, but I don't see the need to do it now here in this budget. But in the CapCon bill, I would certainly support some effort to set some aside.
So I think we had a motion out there. Did we have a second on Senator?
I don't think we had a motion. I think we're trying to conceptually sketch it out, whether there was appropriate place for a motion here. Sounds like not.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Bebout. Yep.
Yeah, I did have a motion, but I think there's been made some pretty good arguments. I'll withdraw that motion, and the place to do it probably be CapCon. Although I would still argue with my co-chair in the House that that money will go out the way that it's intended to. We'll see. And I would just rather, I mean, what an opportunity to put some CARES money out there for hospitals. You know, this is something we could really regret.
All right, I think with the motion withdrawn, do we have anything else in the 300 series?
Senator Hicks, you had a motion.
Yeah, I had a motion in the 300 cities series relative to the Department of Environmental Quality that we put a moratorium on the closure of any dead animal pits until the DEQ can come back and provide an updated policy discussion with the legislature and explain to us why they're closing these in light of the new science available out there.
That was seconded by Senator Bebout.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question on that. I want to make sure if we do something like this, we're not going to violate our, we have certain obligations from the federal government. We have primacy. I just want to make sure that we're not providing motions that would kind of do something funky to our primacy law with federal partners.
Yeah, Representative Larson. You're muted, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I don't argue your point. My question really comes procedurally. Is that not legislating in the budget bill?
Don.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have an attorney on the line right now. I could get one, but I will say that LSO has advised not to legislate, obviously, in the budget bill. It would be difficult to craft this, something to the effect of no funds appropriated shall be used for approval of or limits on or something like that of the actions of DEQ. But I know they absolutely take a strict opinion of this. And once the language is drafted to the best of our ability, they will likely visit with you and highlight anything that is of concern. I can't speak on this particular one.
So committee, we're going to get another shot at this. So what I'm going to do is withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chairman, I like the motion. Just getting it drawn up and getting it passed usually makes the kids sit up straight, comb their hair, and keep their eyes on their own paper. I think there's a certain value in it, even if it ultimately gets to the governor's desk and he vetoes it.
Senator Kinski, if you'll let me finish,
Sorry.
We're going to get another shot in January with the new Appropriations Committee. I will work with the LSO legal staff to have this drafted up to meet and research Representative Summers' question. If this somehow, my understanding, the state has primacy over landfills. But we'll clarify those and make sure when we come back and hopefully by the time we do the new Appropriations Committee goes through the budget markup, that I'll have this thing in ship shape. Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, and Larry, would you, in addition, just kind of let's have LSO do a little homework so we understand the full issue. Yep. And get the factual background and what's going on. So
yeah, I'll send you out the memo that DEQ had provided me and a subsequent chain of emails and the literature review and citations, and provide a full legislative or a full history on this issue.
Well, and also in addition to that, just when we get going and have our first meeting in January, whenever we do, let's call DEQ in front of us and have them testify about it.
We can do that.
So, Mr. Chairman, my apologies for stepping all over your motion, but you know how excited I get about dead animal pit regulations.
I know it's what you live for, Senator Kinski. All right, Don. Any more Section 300 series motions do we need to entertain? Committee, if there's no more, Don, what's the next item other than we're going to take a break? Where do we come back to?
Mr. Chairman, I think that completes the work on the budget until such time as you wish to entertain a round robin. The next item, if you want to move to the state capital construction bill.
So committee, what I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break and then come back. Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is when we come back, let's take about a 15-minute break, because I think when we come back, we're going to have to go into a breakout room. And then what I would like during that time, Don, is to kind of get, as best you can, give us an update of where we are, how much money we've saved or reduced, including, and then any new dollars that may be available, and that would include the approximately 40 plus million from COVID dollars that it's being paid back and collected as represented by the governor. The 21 million into that is coming back on the EPI. There's also 20 million out there that if we captured in CAPCON on the state penitentiary payouts, and anything else that we have, so that in terms of possible savings or use for the BRA, that we can have a little synopsis of where we're at.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Larson.
to that point on the penitentiary, did we already talk about that in a section 300 or someplace to effectuate?
I think it's
Not that-
Capcom.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Be part of the Capcom discussion.
Thank you.
Don, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I follow.
So the way I understand you want to do this, Co-Chair, we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back and immediately go back into breakout rooms
Right after Don reports.
after Don reports. All right. So we are going to adjourn until 10 after 4. We'll come back then, get a report from Don, and then break into committee rooms. We'll see you in 15. All right, committee, I think we'll reconvene this session of the Joint Appropriations Committee. I don't see if Dawn is, yep, there you are, Dawn. I know you didn't have anything to do over the 15-minute break. Did you balance the U.S. government treasury's budget and go through their books for us while you were gone? Go ahead, Dawn.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the general fund, we'll start there first. All of the actions to date of the Joint Appropriations Committee have provided an additional savings to the general fund in the amount of $2.55 million. So you're roughly in the grand scheme of things, equal to the governor's rec. Having said that, once we add in your 1% discussion in the section 300, that 1% severance tax discussion, then you will have a balance of $6 million positive in the $6 million positive in the budget reserve account projected at the end of June 30th, 2022. You should have $113 million if you follow the statutory reserve amount, or 5% of general fund revenues. You should have a balance of 113 million. So that's the difference that we're talking about that won't be available in the event of another revenue downturn. Additionally, on the positive side, that will rise. That amount will rise to $46 million in the event that the $40 million or thereabouts of CARES Act funding referenced by the governor in his comments on the budget is deposited into the general fund. We will profile that as soon as it hits the state's accounting system, and we anticipate that will occur in the next couple of weeks. So you're a little bit closer than you're within, say, 67 million or so of the goal of 113 million. On the LSRA, you have improved that balance by 21.33 entirely with one motion on the EGI. And on the school foundation program account, let me double check this. In the school foundation program account, you have additional savings of just over $3 million, $3.1 million. I believe Co-Chairman Nicholas also mentioned other pots of money that might be available. The penitentiary reserve account, only because members have raised that with me. It currently has a balance of $20 million in it. That balance arguably could be transferred, recognizing your predecessors had set that aside for a specific purpose. And additionally, if you wanted to stop the revenue from being deposited this biennium, there is another $20 million for a total of $40 million from that penitentiary construction account. $20 million cash balance and $10 million per year in new revenue if the committee decides they want to divert those funds to other purposes.
Don, when would those tip that additional 20 million into the prison account?
Yes, those typically occur in September following the fiscal year. So it takes about 90 days to clean up the accounting and ensure that the funds are available to accomplish that. So September of 2021 and again in September 2022, but it would count in, both of those would count in this biennium.
All right, thank you. Representative Summers?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just Don, if you get a chance later, could you email us this result that you've come up with here? So we have this. And then, Mr. Chairman, I assume you'll get to SIPA. I still haven't understood exactly what our $7 million adjustment, I can't remember if we passed that or not, and then what that did to our SIPA. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I can absolutely share these with you. Keep in mind that we could have some minor adjustments along the way. And I'll mention just one because it's been raised. It has not yet been resolved, but for example, I'll do that offline, excuse me. With respect to SIPA, the only motion you made was to reduce the coal marketing by half, and then you removed the remainder of that to the general fund. So you saved $2.5 million of SIPA. It will, under the governor's rec, assuming you agree with all of his capital construction requests, you will be $6.5 million underwater in SIPA unless you have some additional action on the account.
All right, committee, any more questions for Don?
Don, he's still got, what is that, 96 million in SIPA?
Mr. Chairman, he has 96 million in major maintenance for SIPA, which you so far have concurred with. And then he has about $75 million in capital construction, which you're about to go into.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Don, could you explain why we're 6 million underwater? I didn't hear that part in SIPA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's actually a little less than that. It's probably 5 million. And the reason for that is you did not transfer the $7 million from school CapCon. So you have 7 million in lower revenue, but that's offset by the 2.5 million that you did not spend out of SIPA. So the difference there is 4.5, about $5 million after rounding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And when we get done with the CapCon, we'll circle back to that governor's request to transfer the school capital construction monies into that account. That'll be one of the last actions we take regarding the CapCon bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
As we move into CapCon and look at the budget bill portion, the general portion behind, I just want to remind
Dave, you're breaking up on us. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, we did have two global motions relating to general fund. I don't propose that we deal with those now, but we did have staff do considerable work on looking at the 900 series and the proportionality of the 600 to 100 series, and at some point take a look at those. Was that better, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, much better.
Okay, I was off axis.
All right, do we want to break into?
Please.
Karen, did you set up the break rooms? Before we go, Representative Kenner had his hand up. Where'd he go?
Yeah, I think he's gone.
He's gone.
So Mr. Chairman, while we're in our breakout session, if we needed to tap staff.
We're not in.
Well, Don's still there. Don, if we need to tap staff for a question while we're in breakout session, how do we do that?
You can do that by email, or if Karen wants to invite me, I can join later on your breakout, the Senate breakout, for a couple of minutes, if that's your desire.
Okay, well, I'll email you, and then if we want to hop in, I'll email you. Thanks. And I'll email Karen.
Dawn, are you there? There you go. We were having a conversation and just wondering, can you remember what action we took in JAC this fall concerning, seems like we had a discussion on capital construction and added a couple of things. Did we vote on that? And what did we do?
Yes, and keep in mind, we are on YouTube. As I understand, that bill was adopted in July. There was an attempt to amend it at your last meeting, and ultimately that amendment was withdrawn. The issue is that was for a special session, not for the general session.
Ah, there you go. Would you mind sending us a copy of that?
You bet.
Thank you. Can I get back out and go to my special session there, Miss Karen Vaughn?
I will make every effort to get you back into that room.
I'm scared.
I am too.
Well, I came back through the portal, but no one else did. I hope they're not stuck in the other dimension.
Welcome back, sir.
Why, thank you.
Representative Stith, you are being broadcast on YouTube, not your visual, but your audio.
Yeah.
If you wish to return to your group, I think there's a button on the bottom right. Oh, here they come.
I think they're coming this way.
All right, committee, let's roll. The next item on our agenda is CapCon. Don, where are you at now? I do not see Don. There he is. So where do we need to start on this, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I would propose proceeding through just like the other agencies. So this is agency 227. There's a separate agency book.
So, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So here's what I'm going to recommend that we do. So in July, that this JAC passed a CapCon bill, and that was just circulated to us. And I think that there's a bunch of points in there that all kind of need to be addressed. And so what I'd like to do is adjourn for tonight, have the Senate review that bill, and let's work from that bill, because I'll make a motion that we deny Gov's rec and go to the bill, and then we'll walk through the bill. The bill has a little bit less in it, but there's about 4 or 5 different subsections where we address multiple things. And all of those things need to be addressed, or most of them do. For example, there's the McGee building at the Wyoming State Hospital. There's a swap of properties for the in Riverton or in Jackson for the Riverton CWC. There's so there's multiple items in there that I think we want to wrap into a CapCon bill. And until you look at it and have a chance to review it, I think we'll be putting in a lot more time this evening than we would otherwise need.
Why couldn't we just bring in those 4 items that you talked about that are separate from the CapCon? What would be the problem with doing that, Co-Chairman Nicholas?
Well, because knowing this committee and knowing these bills, I think we'll be here for 2 or 3 more hours arguing. So I think that we ought to have fresh faces when we show up and do this.
Well, in all due respect, Co-Chairman Nicholas, I've never seen this committee argue. I've seen them debate issues, but I just haven't seen a lot of arguments in the past. So I would hope that we wouldn't degenerate down to arguments and we maintain a certain level of decorum amongst our committee members that we've done in the past. So, but I don't know. I'm good with that. I'm a little fresher in the morning. Dawn, time-wise, what does that do to us? That's what I'm concerned about. We need to get through this thing tomorrow. So Don, walk us through.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to do a little bit more tonight, you could at least address the 3 governor's letters and the state treasurer's letter. That's pretty low hanging fruit. Then tomorrow, you have scheduled probably 10 or 15 minutes with the director from the Fire Prevention Electrical Service. Then you have 3 bills, a fee bill, the creation of the budget department, and the local government funding with the $10.5 million reduction. And then after that, round robin. And I'll be honest, so that first group, if you add Capcom to it, could probably be done, but it would take the full morning. It would just my guess. And then the afternoon would be round robin. I don't know. I'll be honest, I only have like 3 or 4 amendments that have been submitted to us, maybe a half dozen amendments that have been submitted to us that could be raised in round robin.
Yeah, and I think on the House side, we have almost no round robins at this point. In fact, the more that as we've gone through the week, my inclination, the House could almost go without a round robin, because once we have the new January Craig, let's assume that there's 50 million more in there, that we will treat a round robin a whole lot differently than if it's not in there. And so, and then I just think the benefit of being able to look at a draft bill and see where we're at, see what's going to happen with COVID in the next bill. To me, it makes more sense to have this committee meet in the latter part of January, go through the draft bill and do a round robin at that time and cover all of our bases. But to me, that it will be a time saver, and it'll reduce redundancies and things that will kind of come in and change anyway. So I would also put that out for food for thought for this evening as well.
Yeah, and I don't think that we have a lot of round robins. Historically, we haven't, at least in the last couple of years that I've been on this committee. So what I'd like to do is Dawn, if we can go ahead and dispatch the governor's letters, the treasurer's letters, and then one other question would be, out of those bills, is there any of those bills that we may be able to process tonight, or do you anticipate they're going to take a little time on all? Was there 3 of them?
There are 3 bills. Let me double check. I don't have any public comment signed up for any of the 3 bills. The budget department one is probably the easiest and doesn't affect very many people of the public. I'll just have to reach out to our legal staff, make sure they're ready to walk through it.
And Don, while we're waiting, why don't you have those 3 bills circulated now anyway, so we have them for this evening. Just separate emails so we don't have to dig around for them.
We can do that.
So let's try to do that. Let's go through the governor's letters, the treasurer's letters. Let's take up the one bill on the budget department. I don't want to crowd ourselves tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
just a point of clarification. Don, I went back to the July meeting and we have LSO 0020 working draft 0.3. Is that what Representative Nicholas is referring to?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is the correct version. There were amendments adopted in July, so we have a formal draft of that legislation now. I think the one that was presented on the July website was before the committee acted on it.
Okay, and one, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't have the minutes readily at hand. I thought we voted to work the bill. I don't know that we voted in the end to sponsor it. We were still working the bill. I thought Chairman Nicholas said we voted to sponsor that bill. Tell me where we are on the bill in terms of process.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think that's what Co-Chairman Nicholas and I talked about. We were going to ultimately get together later and work it, but well, I could be wrong on that too.
So what was the last, where'd we leave that, Don? What was the last action we took on that bill? Do you have that in front of you?
I don't have it in, there we go. Thank you, Tamara.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tamara Revley here. The last action that was taken on that LSO number 20 was to vote to sponsor the legislation for a special session. Now, we have not had a special session, and you'll recall that day there was a motion to reconsider and some debate about amendments to the bill, and then the bill moved on as it had been from the prior committee. But since we've not had a special session, and that motion was specific to sponsorship for a special session, we would ask that you either reconsider it or rework it, but make an affirmative action to sponsor it for a general session. And part of the reason for that is some of the provisions only made sense with the timing of a special session, or at least made more sense with the timing of a special session and the CARES Act funding that was included in the bill.
So Tamara, could you send that to send that reworked bill? Because that's not point 3, it's another one, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we can send you the final version.
Yeah, send that to everybody.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Right, Senator Kinski.
Yeah, just so I know, Tamara, point 3 is all I could find. What are you sending us? Point 6, point 5, point 4?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it will be titled Formal Draft 1.0.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. It's Formal Draft 1.0, and that is the latest version that we have in our system.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Dawn, let's see if we can't get through. Michael, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I did want to make one clarifying comment. I believe you'll be considering Bill 0268 regarding state agency fee revisions. No, tomorrow, I mean.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I wasn't sure if you were going to bring that to tonight. I just wanted to let you know that
no.
Department of Environmental Quality and DFS had said that they would be available for feedback if you needed.
No, that fee bill will be tomorrow on our regular scheduled time.
Thank you.
So Dawn, let's dive into the governor's letters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and these are found in your general session folder, and there's a special folder for executive letters. The first letter is Governor's Letter number 1, revised. So he revised this letter. I think it is also numbered GL02 in the system. This relates to the Wyoming Military Department Cowboy Challenge Program, where they are requesting $594,000 and in S5's School Foundation Program funds and $1.5 million federal funds. Based on your prior action, which does not close the facility, I think a motion to deny this letter if you want to be consistent with yesterday's action.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
moved to second. All in favor of denying Governor's Letter number 1, raise your hand. Those opposed, say side. Unanimous motion. Next, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the second letter, Governor Letter number 2, was also revised. Mr. Chairman, this relates to the priority list for capital construction funding. It's difficult to do this one without the capital construction bill. We can bring it to your attention when you mark that up.
So let's postpone that, and when we get to the CapCon bill, we'll address that governor's letter at that same time, Don.
Mr. Chairman, Governor's Letter number 3 relates to the Early Intervention and Education Program child count. Now this one, the last paragraph is important. You'll recall that there was no increase in the child count, and in fact there was a decrease. So the governor's letter is asking for no change on the total amount appropriated to the Department of Health for that preschool program. However, they have in this letter done 2 things. Number 1, the per child amount has been revised to include an ECA. And number 2, they request to make the payments to the preschool providers based on 2019 child counts as opposed to the lower counts potentially impacted by COVID.
Do we know what the fiscal impact of that is, Don?
Mr. Chairman, it does not request any additional funds, but the per child amount would be increased. I'll have to do some calculations. They did not.
Representative Larson's got his hands up. He might have the answer to that question.
Well, this is a little contradictory to me, Don, in that the child count amount is increased, but we voted to support Gov's rec and not do that ECA. Am I correct on that? And so that child count amount would not be at the 10,287, but would remain at the previous amount. And then the second question was, do we, if we don't do the ECA and the child count is down, allow them to carry the 2019 child count forward? Am I saying that correctly? Because I think this letter confuses it a little bit.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, that's how I understand it.
And so I would, Mr. Chairman, I would move to, well, I don't know how you do the government because we don't amend them, but I don't think, but if we could point out our mistake on that, maybe deny this rec and then let him come back and with another letter to correct that problem. I sensed a little misunderstanding yesterday when we had the governor's office visiting about that problem. So how do we do that, Don?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we deny Gov's rec and allow the Gov an opportunity to revise the letter.
Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. A unanimous vote to adopt or deny the governor's rec. Don, next. Erica, I see you on here. You got something?
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, would it be okay if I got in touch with Representative Larson just to make sure that we understand how he wants us to revise that letter?
Good idea.
Thank you.
That would be a really good idea, Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Don, next letter. You're muted, Don.
That's it. There were only 3 letters.
Treasurer's letter.
No.
That's correct. Treasurer's letter number 1. They are requesting a individual has met the criteria to be promoted, as I understand, to another position and be paid from investment earnings. So they're requesting either some relief from existing footnote number 4.
So Don, let's assume that we want that they're within, the set amounts under the for the compensation committee, and I believe they are the 2.5 million, whatever it is, and that he qualifies for. And so, and that we have allowed them to add an additional investment advisors. I think 1 or 2 more, and they were just slow in the uptake of getting these positions filled. And if they're just raising someone within the ranks to be one of those senior investment advisors, we anticipated that happening either but outside hire or by coming up through the ranks. And so assuming that to be the case, I want to take an action to authorize this, but only authorize what we have agreed to under the restrictions that we've established, as I've just kind of explained. And I can't discern that from the letter, so I don't know the best way to couch that.
Mr. Chairman, if you vote to modify the text, which is what they're requesting, and authorize advancement, staff will insert the appropriate level from investment officer to senior investment officer and provide for this exception that is being requested.
So committee, I suggest we move forward with the draft language and let's have a look at it first.
That was
Mr. Chairman.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, a question.
Go ahead, Representative Walsh. Oh, you weren't seconding, you were asking the question. Go ahead, Representative Walsh.
I'll second it first, and then I have a question to follow up. By doing, Chairman Nicholas, by doing this, do we start to open the door of the treasurer's office always coming back wanting to expand the ability for their employees to make more money, calling them part of the investment team? Whereas before we've kept it very tight to limit that expansion. So just a little more thought from you, sir.
So that's why I made the motion the way I did, because I just wanted to double check with that. I think part of the answer is yes, but I do know that we anticipated expanding that investment team so they'd have both a senior investment advisor, and I think they have up to 8 or 9. And I know they hired the gentleman from New York who came in, but I do believe they had one more senior investment position open, but I'm not sure about that. And I want to figure out who this position is, and I've sent an email to find out and what the actual qualifications are, so I know more about it.
I'm gonna, if there's any more discussion.
Thank you.
I'm for accepting the treasurer's letter, but here's my concern. Is these positions move up and down or vacated? We've now said that you've got to come back. This could happen in the middle of the year. We can't fill an investment advisor or senior advisor. So the way this is structured now, the way I understand it is that the treasurer could not fill those positions. Well, here's the deal. We are only in session for 4 to 6 weeks any given year. So let's assume that we left, somebody took a position someplace else. That could potentially stay open for 360 days until we're back in session to authorize the ability to him to provide the compensation for somebody to move up. I think that's just a little heavy-handed micromanagement when we want these positions filled because they're making the state of Wyoming money. And so I just think that this is the way it's structured, that they got to come back on every one of these is a bad way to go. And keep in mind, it may cost us a lot more than just a few dollars for a differential in positions. So I would speak to defeat the current motion as it's worded. Discussion.
So we've got a couple of problems with it. And so the treasurer's already gone outside of the recommendations of A&I for part of the staffing, paying them over above what the grade is. It was a controversy between A&I and the governor's office and the treasurer's office. I just think that we need to pay attention to what we're doing. We need to act on how the agency complies with our directives and A&I's directives. So I just think it's that until we solve these things and everyone plays on the same playing field, we need to monitor what happens.
Well, and here's and I don't disagree on to a certain level, but this gets down to the point that we're micromanaging, and we don't do this for any other agency in the state of Wyoming. We do not do this for any other of the top 5 elected officials. And I just think that we need to allow the treasurer to go in and run his office. We control the budget. If we don't like what he's doing, we can reduce the number of employees and then remove the salaries. But to sit here and say that we have to approve on a pay grade increase for anybody, we don't do this anywhere else. And I think it's a bad precedent, what we've done. And I think it's even worse going forward. Are we going to do this with what agency do we want to start doing this on next?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and I guess correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of late at night, but we sold this bill to the floors of our bodies that we actually were going to have our thumb on it because we're paying a lot more money. At least that's what I remember when we kind of brought this whole thing forward. And the way we sold it is, hey, we're gonna watch this and we're gonna control this. And that's how we sold it on the floors. And I think to take that back now is a disservice to what we did with our bodies.
Well, Representative Summers, I can't speak to the fact of what was sold on the House side. I certainly don't remember that discussion that we're going to approve the legislature every pay grade or every change in positions within the state treasurer's office. I could be wrong, but I certainly don't remember that conversation. Here's the fact: is these positions, and my understanding is we get the treasurer gets advice from the investment funds committee. They go to the investment funds committee to do the advisors and the investors, and that staff that we're talking about gets a recommendation from the IFC. There's also a provision in there that SLIB, at least on any new hires, has to go through and look at some of it. That was part of the bill that was in there. I think this just is over the top micromanagement, and I think is a bad direction to go. So Representative Larson.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the flip side of your argument there is no other agency in state government that we allow to be compensated in the way we're allowing the investment committee to be compensated. And what we heard as we brought this forth over a couple of interim sessions was, how do we control, we've got these outside funds, who's going to control how much these people are going to be paid? And there was the concern that we heard expressed was, who's going to control, all of a sudden we're going to have these people making millions of dollars in there. And so the language that he wants to adjust was the language that we put in place to say there are checks and balances in this, because there is no other agency in the state that has access to generating salaries anywhere close to what the treasurer's office does. We think that it needs to be appropriate, and we think that we were strongly behind it, but I think that they wanted to have some checks and balances in. I think it was put in place with an intention.
So I believe the Wyoming retirement system, we do this too, and we don't do this for their employees in the Wyoming retirement system and the investment side. Senator Kinski.
Yes, I guess I'd like to break it down into so that I can understand where we are. And so I just want to confirm with Don, if it's the case that the treasurer cannot move, if it's the case, Don, that this treasurer cannot move this employee forward without our say-so, then I'd like to get that piece done. And whatever law is standing, whatever bill or law we passed previously that requires the treasurer to come and ask us like this, I think should be subject of a bill to change it. But the immediate problem ahead of us is, if he's constrained by law to ask us to give the employee the move, let's take care of that piece and then try to change the law on a separate piece. But let's get the immediate issue resolved is what I'm asking.
Well, and I agree with that. So Don, tell us, do we need to add another member or another position in a senior analyst in order for him to do it? What are the alternatives to doing this?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Senator Kinski, I think the request here is to promote an existing personnel from the position of analyst to the position of senior analyst. The footnote in last year's bill prohibits the state treasurer from doing that on his own. There's not another law that would prohibit him. It is just this footnote.
No.
Okay. But Don, follow up on that. When we put this thing together, there was a request for so many senior analysts, so many positions that would be in the investment team when we started this thing out. So do we know how it's populated now, and how many employees are within the investment team, and is it within that structure that we developed over time?
Mr. Chairman, from the letter, I cannot discern whether it's in or outside.
Well, see, and that's my point. I'd like you to do a little homework so we can find that out.
Well, Mr. Co-Chairman, he can't create a position within that investment division. Those were specified in statutes as to how many there would be within each division in there, and how many of them are investments, and how many of the, and I don't remember the terminology, analyst, special analyst. Those are all structured within the bill as to how many he has how many can fill. The Investment Funds Committee reviews the performance of each one of these individuals. They have benchmarks they have to set to be able to accomplish that level of money. There's a pretty structured and rigorous review of these positions within the statute. So Senator Kinski.
So to go back to my question, I think had there been a motion or where we were in the midst of talking about getting draft language that would permit the treasurer to move forward with this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, was that a motion?
In the form of a footnote, Senator Kinski. So it's draft language in the form of a modified footnote, correct, Mr. Co-Chair?
Well, I don't know that. That's the problem. If we have a certain number of positions that's statutorily established, do we need to modify the statute? And so Don, I don't think that's the case, but I just wanted to have a full picture before we take action on a letter that we don't have it covered from all sides.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So, Co-Chairman Nicholas, what I understand where you're heading is you want to find what it is we need to do to let the treasurer do what he wants to do. Is that correct? That's the research you're asking for.
I'm asking for that, but I also have asked the treasurer's office to explain to us why this particular person meets the definition of a senior analyst as we establish those definitions.
I see.
Just so we cross our T's and dot our I's.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hicks, if I may, I'd like to at least get what he's suggesting moving forward so that we can try and move towards resolution of this for the treasurer, and then this footnote that's putting us in this quandary, if it is a footnote or if it is a statute, we can find out tomorrow what we need to do to fix the thing. Because I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think the treasurer should have to be in a posture. There might have been caution in the beginning, but the program's up and running. It seems to be operating, and I think we need to back away from this degree of supervision of the treasurer's office. But so the immediate thing is let's do what we need to do to help get this individual moved along as the treasurer would like, and then more importantly, let's find a way to back off of this degree of scrutiny of the treasurer's operations.
Okay, with that, Don, could you reread the motion?
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, there's direction to staff to draft language that would permit this, and I now know it is a analyst to be promoted to a senior analyst. It would be a one exception to the underlying footnote.
All right, committee. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, Senator Kinski.
I still want that. I'd like to see the research requested from Don as to whether there's anything in statute, as Chairman Nicholas suggested, that we may want to look at. And then Don, the footnote that we're drafting an exception to, I'd like to just get rid of the footnote. I mean, if we have to go back and revisit the budget bill to get rid, was this a section 300 footnote? I want to get rid of the damn thing. I don't want to revisit it right tonight, but I'd like to know where that footnote is.
So when we do that, one of the things that I would ask Tamara, if she could also send out a copy of the legislation that I believe we passed 2 years ago that authorizes those, so everybody can see the steps that these analysts have to go through. And it's my recollection, I could be wrong, that's why I want to look at the bill, that before they can be upgraded, my recollection is they had to get a recommendation from the Investment Funds Committee. I put a lot more confidence in that group of individuals to determine whether somebody should be moved up or down than quite frankly the JAC. But I just want to confirm that in the bill. Tamara, could you do that and then go through there and highlight those steps for us?
Chairman, I'll pull up that bill and get that distributed to the committee.
Well, or maybe I guess it's not the bill now, it's actually the statutes.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Tamara. Committee, I think we're going to call it a night on that note. Don, I don't know if we want to take up that bill, but it won't take that long to dispose of tomorrow anyway. So unless there's other business for the Senator Kinsky.
I just wanted to say, when Chairman Nicholas said he didn't think the House had much round robin, I was hearing Merry Christmas jingle bells in the background. That's the best news I've had in 2 weeks.
All right, Senator Kinsky. Any members of the committee have anything they want to wind up with tonight, or co-chairman? All right, nope. 8 o'clock in the morning. Don, where are we going to start?
Mr. Chairman, we'll start off with Director Reed with fire prevention, electrical safety. And then we have the 3 bills, local government funding, agency fee bill, and reorganization of A&I into the budget department. Then
all right, well, let's start with the budget department. And let's do local distributions. And by the time we're done with that, we should be wide awake to get into the fee bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Representative Olson.
Just for management time purposes, I would like to, I haven't been able to circle back to the committee yet on ETS, but I'd like a little bit of time tomorrow to make a couple motions on a couple bills that to follow up on ETS and very done. It won't take long.
So a couple of existing bills or new bills, or what bills are you referencing?
To draft probably 3 bills.
Okay, so what I would suggest, Dawn, would that fit in after we get done with the CapCon just bill? Would that be a good place to insert that before we do round robins?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Representative Olson, we'll squeeze them in there. All right, committee, anything else, Mr. Co-Chair?
I'm good, thanks.
All right, we are adjourned.